50-14-2, subsection 1, and 50-14-3, subsections B, 4, and 5, personnel and real estate.
So move.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Voting.
Is it near someone else, maybe? Should have your name on it. Okay, all right. That's okay. That motion carries. And Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
We are now in legal. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your patience. We're going to get started in just a second here. We're waiting on the county attorney, the clerk of the commission, and our interim administrator. So we'll be getting started here in just a second. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Just for the record, we're kind of long today in that we did not have a committee meeting a couple weeks ago, so today we kind of combined a committee and commission. So that's the reason for our delay. But this meeting's called back to order. Madam Clerk?
No.
I think the attorney, do you have a motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, we would request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Voting?
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out. We have a request for one addendum item as per our addendum agenda. Is to authorize the purchase of an enhanced monitoring tool and authorize the mayor to execute all required documents.
So moved.
We have unanimous consent. Okay.
All right. Attorney Brown, are there any motions from, or we need to vote?
Are you gonna go ahead and, was that adding and approving?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we have additional motions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, let's vote on this one.
All right.
And then
Pardon?
can we vote on this one?
All right.
That's why I was
You
asking.
said you're asking for unanimous consent on it?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I was asking when you finish.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All right. Do we have a motion and a second?
yes, sir.
All right. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right. Attorney Brown?
Yes, we'll request a motion to approve and ratify contracts with Mullen Coughlin LLC and Charles River and Associate.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting.
I'm not voting on what here.
He's not voting. Go ahead. That motion carries with Mr. Garrett not voting.
And do we need to recognize Commissioner Lewis absent, or does it matter?
Mr. Lewis
Okay.
absent.
All right. Attorney Brown?
Thank you. We'll request a motion to accept the resignation of Paul Straycarts effective June 30th, 2023, and offer and provide 6-month severance via lump sum upon execution of a settlement and release agreement to be prepared by the Law Department in accordance with Augusta's employment policies.
So moved.
So, Ms. Scott and Mr. Frannum.
Yep. I have a motion and a second. Voting?
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Garrett not voting, Mr. Lewis absent.
Thank you, Madam. Attorney Brown, are there any additional motions?
Yes, the administrator will offer the next two motions. Mayor Johnson?
Thank you. Administrator Dowse.
Mayor Johnson, I have one additional motion, a motion to approve a $25,000 salary increase for Antonio Burden effective July 12th, 2021 for duties performed as the EMA Director.
All right, we have a motion from the Commission from the first and a second from Commissioner Scott from the ninth. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
All right. Administrator Dowse. That's it.
No additional
No
motions.
additional motions. All right. Attorney Brown, there are no additional motions. Are we prepared to end this?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. No additional motions.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I hereby call the regularly scheduled commission meeting to order.
Yes, sir. You want to address the addendum agenda to see
Yes, ma'am,
if we-
please.
And to the deletion portion of our agenda, we're asking that item number A, the presentation be added to deletions portion under our recognition.
Okay.
Do we have unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent on that?
All right. For our addendum agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your attention to the invocation portion of our agenda, which will be given today by Pastor Mike Heerden of the First Presbyterian Church, after which we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand? He's not here. Commissioner Jordan Johnson, would you please lead us in our invocation? Our pastor is not here today.
I would be honored to.
Thank you.
Would you join me, please? Father, we thank you for this day that you brought us together to do the will of your people. We ask you to touch our government and touch your officials so that we can do the will of your people and serve this city in a way that's pleasing unto you. Guide our hearts and guide our hands. It's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Johnson, thank you for that prayer, sir. But before we get started, I must acknowledge 3 of my colleagues that are on the dais. We did not have a meeting in May, and we have the 3 women of our commission that shared birthdays in May. So happy birthday to the 3 of you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, Madam Clerk, let's continue.
Okay. Call your attention to the delegation portion of our agenda. Delegation B, Dr. Lester G. Jackson, regarding opening a botanical sciences medical cannabis dispensary in Richmond County. Dr. Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, certainly thank you for being here, sir. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Dr. Lester Jackson, 6 Serenity Point, Savannah, Georgia, 31419.
Thank you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I know time of the essence. I'm here to introduce Botanical Science, a medical cannabis company. The founder, Dr. Robin Fowler, the CEO, Gary Long, who's here today. On September 21st, 2022, Botanical Science was issued a license and authorized to begin manufacturing medical cannabis by the Georgia Medical Cannabis Commission. But Botanical Science received the highest score among 69 applicants. We're here today to present to the commission and to the community to have a dispensary here in Richmond County to provide much needed medical relief to the patients in this greater central Georgia area. The Georgia Botanical Science is a Georgia-based company located in Glenville, Georgia, and I want to introduce the founder to say some words, Dr. Fowler.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Fowler, also thank you for being here, sir. If you don't mind, for the record, please state your name and address.
Thank you. I'm Robin Fowler, 205 West Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta, Georgia. And many of the comments about our introduction, I appreciate Dr. Jackson saying. And the gist that I want to bring forth is that we would really like to put one of our 5 dispensary licenses that have been offered by the state of Georgia here. And as far as the commission goes, our current registration is around 30,000, and we're expected to hit around 100,000 before the end of 2023. And the projections are that that will go to 200,000 to 300,000 within the next 36 months. Currently, Richmond County is the largest population dense for the patients with the medical cannabis cards within the 60 radius miles, and with botanical science scoring the highest. We really would like to offer our dedication to this project and be available to the city so that Augusta could really understand how we want to educate and want to bring this medication to the patients that need it in the surrounding area. So I'd like to introduce Gary Long, our CEO, please.
Thank you. Mr. Long, thank you for being here, sir. If you will, also for the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Gary Long. I live at 1371 Rose Creek in Greensboro, Georgia. As Dr. Jackson and Dr. Fowler said, Botanical Sciences is one of the 2 companies in the state that has been authorized by the Georgia Cannabis Commission to dispense medicinal cannabis to the patients. We've been working closely in the community trying to identify a location, and we have actually found a location that we would like your approval to proceed with, and that's at 120 Sherwood Drive in Augusta, Georgia, right off of Washington Road. We had a team of people here on May 16th who had presented to this commission. It was our chief operating officer and our CFO, just to try to socialize this group on who we are, what we do, and how we do it. But we'll be happy to answer any additional questions that you might have. But we would like your blessing to move forward before signing the lease and actually starting construction.
Thank you, sir. I see some commissioners that are in the queue. I must say that Commissioner Tony Lewis could not be here today. He was one of the advocates for moving forward with this. With that, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is, first of all, let me just say, I think this is a very, very good move. I think that is a progressive way to handle chronic illness in the community. So thank you for your vision and willingness to bring Augusta into this fray. You said that you would need our approval to begin. So my question for you, or maybe perhaps with the administrator, is what action, if the commission deemed necessary, what action will we have to take to support these efforts?
Can I make a comment?
Please. Well, Mr. Mayor, he would like to make a comment.
Yes, sir. Please.
I would like to bring to the attention that we did have to, when we were looking for sites, we were using the guidelines that the state has given us. So the site that Mr. Long has just mentioned does meet the 1,000-foot setback and meets the guidelines of the state. So if there aren't anything that is in a disagreement, I guess I would say, from the local municipality, those are the guidelines that we have to follow, but that address is compliant with that.
It is compliant.
So I'm going to go back to the administrator, then I'm going to yield. Is there anything on the books that will prohibit this from happening? And then, if not, what type of action does the commission need to take if we deem it necessary?
Commissioner, I would like additional time to research exactly what his request is and how it fits into our current ordinances. And so if you would just allow myself to get with planning and development to see what information, if any, needs to come back to this body for them to proceed, because from the sounds of it, they may not need to come back in this form.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Williams.
Yes, sir, and I think you guys were reading my mind. Is Carla Delaney anywhere around?
She's not.
And there's no one from code enforcement?
It is, however, I would rather an opportunity to speak with them offline, if you don't mind, Commissioner. Her deputy director is present, however, he's rather new.
That's fine, sir, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank
Commissioner from
you.
the 5th, you good? Chair recognizes,
I ain't good, but I'll be all right.
thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have one question. Before we had a presentation, and Payne College was a part of the collaboration, and I didn't hear you mentioning them today, so I wanted to know, will Payne College still be a part of that? And it's good seeing you, former Senator Lester Jackson.
Yes, ma'am. Payne College is a partner of ours, and as soon as we are able to dispense, actually, they'll be doing some additional research with us. They've actually taken a visit to our operations in Tattnall County recently, and we actually have plans in place to actually take some of their students and have them do internships at our facility in Tattnall County.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Senator Jackson. Good to see you. question, is there a financial gain for the city as far as having this being located in Augusta, Richmond County? Is there any taxes involved or anything like that? What type of financial gain would the city see?
For the medical cannabis itself, as I understand from the state, it will not be taxed since it's like a prescription. Yet anything else that's purchased in that store would be. Say, for example, like if you went to a pharmacy, your blood pressure medicine is not,
Right.
but any other retail items would be. And all of those retail items that I'm calling retail, I'm being very general, is because that all goes up underneath the approval of the commission. But the medication itself would not be subject to local tax.
And the plan is to have several additional retail type items within the store for purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This questions for our attorney. Attorney Brown, as far as Savannah, they had implemented ordinance policy in order to do the distribution, the dispensary. Is that something that we have to do prior to any kind of approval, sir?
That is unknown at this time. I was not previewed this matter would be here. I will get with code enforcement and we will see what regulations that Augusta would be required to put in place or would be advised to put in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 10th. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, we certainly appreciate you guys being here today. Senator Jackson, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation, item C, Ms. Ashley Whitaker, representative from the Junior Achievement of Georgia regarding funding requests for the JA Discovery Center of the CSRA.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. Also, thank you for being here. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
This is Ashley Whitaker, and my address is 1105 Hogan Street, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Absolutely. I have a PowerPoint. Am I able to use that here for visuals?
I don't know about a PowerPoint, but we have an overhead. Do we have an ability?
Yes, well, she'll need a little time to load it on.
All right. It's what? Yes, Madam Clerk, can we move on to the next delegation item while she loads that? If that's
Sure.
okay with you?
Ms. Gary and Henry, regarding a request for funding to improve living conditions for residents in the community of Magnolia Court Apartments, East Boundary. Ms. Henry, are you in the chamber?
Ms. Henry, are you here?
Okay.
She's not. Let's
She's
move
not.
forward.
Our next would be item E, is to consider a request from Ms. Sharon Bush Ellison. Her previous request was for revocation of a business license. However, she's addressing the commission today regarding unlawful use of vehicle tags while driving within the city and county limits of Augusta. Ms. Ellison?
Ms. Ellison, are you here? Are you present? Or she is? Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Okay.
Are you all going to go, because I would rather it reflect.
Yeah, please pull the mic close, and if you will, for the.
I would rather it reflect the agenda. Which one do you all want to do?
The unlawful use, or for the tags that you requested
Are you prepared to speak on that
on
today?
that? Unlawful use of vehicle tags while driving within the city and county limits of Augusta. Are you prepared to address that, Ms. Ellison?
Yes, I am.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. All right,
thank you.
Ms. Ellison, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Sharon Bush Ellison, 3358 Riceboro Road.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Would you all like a copy of this?
Yes. Do we have copies of this now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ma'am, we have them.
We have them, Ms. Bush. if
We
you
have them in our.
You don't have copies of this because I'm the only one who have it.
Oh, we got Kentucky Fried Chicken.
No, that's not the one.
Oh,
Let me have those, then you can.
No, you got to be able to know which ones it is. Here it is. I got your copy.
ma'am, could you please pass those to the clerk of the ma'am, the clerk is the only person that you are out of order. You're out of order. You need to go to the clerk and have her to distribute those to us, please.
Let me give you your copy. Here's your copy right here, clerk.
No, you need to give the clerk the information that you need to distribute to the commission. Ma'am, she needs to be able to distribute what you need for us to see. Otherwise, we're going to ask that you. Well, you need to direct her where the page start.
This is 1 through 6 of each page.
All right. So good. Now, all right. All right, ma'am. Let's continue while the clerk distributes this information.
It's all self-explanatory. You all can take a look at that and go over it in your offices. This is just about unlawful use of tags. It's not very much that I want to say about it. You can take it and read it. It has everything in it. And that's all I'm going to say about that situation.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Have a great day. Madam Clerk, let's move back to
Yes, sir.
to Ms. Whitaker.
Call your attention to our consent agenda, which can.
Nope, we got to go back. We got to go back one more to
Ms.
junior
Whitaker.
achievement. Ms.
Is
Whitaker.
she up? Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Whitaker, I'm gonna have you repeat one more time, name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Whitaker, 1105 Hogan Street, Augusta, Georgia. So I am the, I'm sorry.
Pull the mic a little closer if you don't mind. There you go.
All right, great. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Awesome. So I am the Director of Development for the JA Discovery Center for Junior Achievement of Georgia. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Junior Achievement, but we are a global nonprofit. Here in Georgia, this is going to be our 6th location, our 6th Discovery Center. And what we focus on is financial literacy for students and helping prepare them for the workforce. This is just a visual to kind of show you what the facility is going to look like. And today I'm coming to you with a request for funding. Inside the Discovery Center, we have 18, we call them storefronts, 18 businesses or organizations. One really vital part of that is a town hall. That is where the students learn about civics, they learn how to vote, they learn about government in general, and in that facility we also have a student that's elected as a mayor. What we'd like to do is have a joint partnership with Richmond and Columbia County government in that space. This would be a $10,000 a year for a sponsorship that covers the marketing and branding of that space and any type of information that is put out there. I think this is very important because, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but this center was brought here by both school districts working together to fund us and to have us in this community, and it's going to benefit both Columbia and Richmond County. This is just a quick example of some other town halls. This is actually our center in Savannah, which is on Georgia Southern's campus. As you can see, the focus is very much about being a good citizen, voting, how to get involved in your local government, and you are, of course, privy to customize that to make the most sense for your form of government. This just shows the breakdown. So we're starting with Columbia and Richmond County. This is middle school students, 6th to 8th grade. So it's 4,500 students that are going to be impacted by this center. We're opening in January of 2024. We're already under construction. So the students will start coming in January of next year. Altogether, the reach across the CSRA is going to be 14,700, and that is our max capacity is about 15,000 annual. I just want to point out again, as somebody who does live in Richmond County and who has kids who are in the Richmond County school system and someone who's lived in this community all my life, I think it's really important that we have equal representation between Columbia and Richmond County in this center. I really want the students to be able to come in and see a true representation of their community and where they live. This is going to impact all middle school students in the community. This is just going to be part of their curriculum. We've already got approval from the school boards. It's more than 2,500 adult volunteers that are going to be inside this space annually, working with the kids. We have 18 volunteers every day. These are business professionals. And again, the Richmond County School System and Columbia County School District have actually worked together and both put in capital funding to bring us here. And this photo here is just a representation of what the outside of the space is going to look like inside the facility. This is just a quick mention of who we have in the center so far. So everyone listed here is represented inside that space. They have sponsor space, or they have sponsored a conference room or something like that. And that's all I have.
Ms. Whitaker, certainly thank you so much, especially for this phenomenal facility that's going to be coming to help our kids in both Richmond and Columbia County. I see some colleagues that are in the queue. I'm going to start with Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Phantom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ashley, for what y'all do. You kind of answered one of my questions. You said that the Board of Education from Richmond County they've put capital into the project.
Mm-hmm. They absolutely have.
And what about the Columbia County government?
Columbia County government is prepared to join forces with Richmond County government for this town hall space. We are currently in discussions with Scott Johnson now to kind of move that forward, but they are in agreement that they're okay with the partnership.
So is the partnership 50,000 Richmond County and 50,000 Columbia County?
No, it would be half that, so 10,000 for each.
You mean 25,000 for each? Because you said 5 years times 10.
It's 5 years times 10. So the normal fee would have been 20,000. So each county is going to do 10.
Okay, so it's not 50,000 for the room. That's what it sounds like.
It's 50,000 for the span of 5 years. Yes, that would be for each one. I'm sorry. Yes.
So is it 25 for Columbia County and 25 for Richmond County?
No, it's 20,000 for each. So maybe I did the math wrong. So it's a 5-year contract. Each one would pay 10,000 per year.
So it's a $100,000 room then. That makes it a $100,000 room.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And for clarification, what's the ask of Richmond County? What's the ask?
It would
Is
be
it
$10,000 a year.
All right, thank you, for 5 years.
In the 5 years, let me just say, it could be 3 years. It could be 2 years. We do want a commitment because that covers all of the construction of the site. So you're going to have like a 300 square foot, 400 square foot facility inside the space. So that includes the equipment that's in there, the furniture, all of the graphics that go on the wall. That's where the cost comes from.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Ashley, I just question.
Mm-hmm.
Would this facility be available for all middle schools in Richmond County and Columbia County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how would, you may not know this answer, how would the kids get from Richmond County?
They're doing buses.
It's located on Riverwatch.
Yeah, it's on Riverwatch Parkway. So we're currently working with both the school boards right now and doing teacher trainings. Actually, as we speak, we actually did a tour today of our Savannah Center for Richmond County teachers. But their only responsibility is to be able to bus the students over.
You good, Commissioner? Chair, I don't see any. No, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How much did the school systems both support? How much did they support?
It was a little over $2 million.
A little over $2 million each?
That's for construction, yes.
So they put in $2 million each?
Yes, this is a 30,000 square foot facility, so it's being built from into the facility, but the whole entire thing is it was just a blank warehouse.
How have we had any communication with our city administrator and anybody in this government yet, or is that pretty much what you're asking for?
This is my. I mean, I have.
This is your first time reaching.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think it would be worth having a conversation with the city administrator just at the first step before we make any type of funding allocation. So if the commission would consent to just have Ms. Whitaker speak with our administrator and maybe bring something back whenever the administrator has a moment.
Is there consent on that?
All right.
Well, can we be a little bit more specific in terms of a time frame? We don't want to leave it just wide open. I mean, is it 2 weeks, a month, next year?
Well,
what are we talking about?
I mentioned that because I know we have right sizing, the budget, and a few other things, and so maybe the administrator could weigh in and tell us like what time she would need.
But Ms. Whitaker, is there a specific timeline that you need?
So in order for us to, because this is built to your specifications, we really would need to know at least of interest within 30 days.
Gotcha. All right, Administrator Dowse?
I can provide additional information to the commission within the next 2 weeks.
Okay. Everybody good with that?
Can I get clarity on one thing?
Commissioner from the 7th.
Thank you. Sorry. I built the Ronald McDonald House, so I kind of have a little experience here. Based on your $50,000 ask, but you're saying that you're really asking $20,000 in other entities. So like if we don't have $50,000, but if Augusta gives 10 or 20 and Columbia County gives 20, like you're going to be satisfied though. It's not 50,000 or anything, right? Am I clear on that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
You stated in your presentation, it said $50,000, 5 years times 10. Then you stated that your room and things you're asking was $20,000, but you really, in this instance, you wanted 50 and 50 from, and I understand that, from each governing body. My question is, if we don't have $50,000 and we have $20,000, like, and they have $20,000, you get 40 instead of 100. I mean, is it 50 or nothing? I guess is the question for this government.
So the 20,000 is a normal, we call a standard storefront per year.
Right.
That 100,000 is for a 5-year contract. So you're not paying that all up front. I
Right.
do want to be clear on that. We, of course, if there is some type of concession, but 40,000 would not be doable because this is covering our construction costs. We are a nonprofit organization. So we want to be able to cover that space and be able to customize it, again, to your specifications. If I had more time, I'd be able to show you exactly what it looks like. It's hard to visualize it, I think, without seeing it in person. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add to Commissioner Johnson's request and also say that can we receive the numbers, like actually in written format, that are submitted to the administrator, the numbers that are being given, because it seems like they're not 100% clear, just so that we know exactly what we're getting into, as well as the presentation. So if that could be added to the motion, Commissioner Johnson, I don't, if you're in agreement with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just a breakdown of who's committed what, and then the presentation to the administrator, just for the commission's purpose.
Sure, absolutely. But be clear again, it is a $10,000 commitment annual for each government.
Okay.
So $10,000.
Thank you.
Colleagues, are we good with that? All right, Ms. Whitaker, certainly thank you for being here.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
great
much.
day.
You too.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's continue.
By unanimous consent, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Call your attention to our consent agenda, which consists of items 1 through 9. Items 1 through 9.
All right. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions from the body. I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Under Public Services, number 10, 11, 12, and 13. 10, 11, 12, and 13. Thank you.
And 11, 12, and 13. All right, Commissioner, thank you so much. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the engineering services, if my colleagues do not have any objection, I would like to consent items number 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, and 30.
28.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Chair
Well, you got to
recognizes.
receive his information, so we got to receive the information.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. If there's no objections, I would like to consent items 35, 36, and with 36, I'd like to waive the second reading, 37, 38, and 39. Yes, I'm sorry.
You're asking to waive the second reading on 36 use?
Yes, ma'am. And 35 was deleted.
All right.
Yeah, we got that, okay. Is there unanimous consent to waive the second reading? Okay.
So unanimous. Anybody in objection of that? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Scott.
Mr. Mayor, on the administrative service, I would like to consent 14, 16, 17, 18, 20.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point on number 16, not for discussion, but I just want to add to that, if it's okay?
Yes.
Okay, we're pulling 16.
No. If I can would it be okay to just add something in versus having to pull it and discuss it?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Chair recognizes Commissioner first regarding item 16.
Thank you. I know that this was a plan that the administrator presented to slowly start implementing other sides of town in our Christmas decor. I want to see if we can receive some type of report within the next few weeks on additional decorations for South Augusta. I thought that'd make him smile.
Commissioner Scott, are you good with that? Yes. All right. Chair recognizes, well, Commissioner from the first. You recognize, sir. You have anything else you need to add?
Yes, sir. I want to take on finance item number 33. I want to pull it and ask the administrator to determine feasibility on this item before we make any type of funding commitment.
So we're
Feasibility.
referring this to the administrator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th. All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th.
Just a question on the administrative services. Item number 22, is there, oh, deleted?
That was on the consent agenda for deletion.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner from the 3rd. Chair recognizes you, madam.
I think we were already taken care of for public safety. I was just going to consent 35 through 39.
35.
Yes, my colleague did it already for me, but I just wanted to make sure I put it out there again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Commissioner Guilfoyle, I see you were on. You back on. Chair
Yes.
recognizes Commissioner from the 10th.
See if we can consent agenda item number 31 under finance.
All right.
If that's the consensus of the committee, sure.
That's consensus. Do I have any objection to that? Without objection, it's granted. Chair recognizes Commissioner, well, you went off. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th.
Motion to approve with all that's been mentioned, once we see it on the screen.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you get it on the screen for us so we can take a look at it? We have a motion in a second. Once we see it, we'll be prepared to vote.
Well, let's go through it. Okay. Consent agenda items 1 through 9. With the additions of the consent, item 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, with additional information, report on additional decorations in South Augusta. Item number 17, number 18, number 20, with the deletion of item 22, item number 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 30, 31, 33, referred to the administrator, 35, 36, waiving the second reading, 37, 38, 39. Yes, it's on the consent agenda, on the addendum agenda for deletion.
So, Commissioner Guilfoyle, you want to address item number 19 regarding the right citizen plan? The administrator has provided us with this information. For a second time, we've been asked to move it.
Right, the administrator gave us all this package that her and her staff had worked due diligently on for the right sizing that we requested back in January. We're gonna, she's gonna do a presentation to give us time to study this package and come back in 2 weeks. Is that right, Madam Administrator?
Is there any
And
objection?
preferably a committee cycle so we have time to discuss it.
All
Would
right.
that be the second committee cycle in June?
Yes, ma'am.
Or first one in July?
I'm going to him. First committee cycle in June or July
It depends on
on the administrator.
Would you
schedule.
prefer the first cycle in July committee?
Can I get back with you on a date?
Oh, that's up to the commission.
May I get back with you via email to confirm a date?
Yeah, is there any objection to that, her confirming the date before I move on to committee? You good with
That's
that?
fine with me.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just say with the administrator providing the appropriate date and time.
All right.
Okay.
Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 16, I wanted to be more specific when I said South Augusta. Let's be more specific and add Tobacco Road,
Okay.
okay? So Tobacco Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, we're all cleaned up now. There's a motion and then there's a second. We're prepared to
Mr.
vote.
Brandon, Ms. McKnight.
Administrator Dowse, is there something?
Commissioner Franklin, was it your intention to delete number 11? So, Madam Clerk, number 11 is. Okay, thank you. My apologies.
All right. Madam Clerk? You have a motion and a second.
We voting?
Are you ready to vote? Let's vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's proceed. I think that puts us at 21, correct?
Number 15.
I'm sorry. It is 15. Thank y'all for
Receive
being
as
here.
information an update on the rowing club need and approve additional time for essential services to return with required specifications and needed funding recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner from the 5th, I see you in the queue, but do you have something before, Director?
I mean, if he's got something, that's fine, but I really don't see what we can do for him. We decided that we're gonna tear it down. Did y'all come up with something?
Well, yeah, can let him speak.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, they can go ahead and speak, but unless they're gonna wait a year until, for us to build something up.
Director?
If you got something, go ahead, but otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels.
Director,
Go ahead.
you're up, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On last month on the 22nd, myself, along with Parks and Recreation, the Administrator's Office, Commissioner Franklin, Rowing Club, we had a meeting to discuss some options that you should have in your package that we may do to house the Rowing Club. The first option was at 330 Prep Phillips Drive, which is an old warehouse that on county property that we own. The second was option 2 at 298 Prep Phillips Drive in the lot next to the Riverfront Marina warehouse. Option 2 is the preferred option where we bring in a modular unit on that location to house the rowing club to see if that was feasible. So we agreed to look into what option 2 would bring as far as the modular unit. In this case, we would have to meet with the Corps of Engineers, also with FEMA, and we've had discussions with Planning and Development for permitting because, as you know, in this area, we are dealing with not just a floodplain, but a floodway. So that comes with different permitting that would need to be, you're talking elevations. So Central Services right now is in the process. We have a meeting on Thursday to discuss some options on site as to what we would need. If the building is feasible and it is a feasible location to put a building at, then we'll take the next steps as far as getting with, with planning and development and also the Corps engineers to see how the permitting is working. Of course, just as Commissioner Williams has stated, the commission did vote to do the demolition. In the meeting, we discussed holding off on the demolition to after November, when the regatta takes place. So that was part of the discussion in the meeting. So once the regatta takes place, we'll look at doing the demolition of the old boathouse sometime, or putting it out for bid sometime after November. So that way we can get the rowing club past their major event. And like I said, so that's basically the update. And what we need is, once we determine after Thursday that yes, it is feasible that we can put a building at this location, then we'll get back with some kind of design or some type of plan. And then that would discuss funding of how much it would cost us to relocate them to, like I said, that address at 298 Prep Phillips Drive. So that's basically where we are now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th.
Thank you. And I appreciate your description of the meeting. A couple of things I just want to add is that it was discussed about letting them use the boathouse as long as there was a safety in place where they were just going in and getting the boats and coming right out. Has any discussion between attorneys and signing a waiver to where we're not held liable, that sort of thing, happened? Do you know?
No, we hadn't had that discussion yet. That'll be our next discussion after the meeting on Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, obviously, the commission unanimously agreed to tear down the boathouse and start new, but we also know we don't have a funding source for it. So it's not really hurting us if we can allow them to use the boathouse and it's safe and, they go in, get the boats and store the boats, then it does allow us to buy time to come to a better solution. It was also discussed in the meeting that, the rowing club understands the skin in the game mentality of paying rent, utilities, that sort of thing. And I think that was a good thing that came out of the meeting, that I know some of my colleagues have had that conversation. But as far as because of the Corps of Engineers and building a building or not building a building, or, having to build a dock, not build a dock, and all the different options, at least if we agree not to tear the boathouse, and I'm not sure that November's the right day to just say, hey, November, let's just tear it down, because if they're allowed to use it and it's safe enough for them to use, what's the point of us tearing it down if it allows them an economic driver to have the space to use? So I hope that we're not saying November, let's just cut it, because there's not the only game in town is in October, November when they do that rowing club. But it allows us to buy time, because we know with the Corps engineers it might take us a little time to decide is option 1 or option 2 and what that funding looks like. I'm of the opinion that when we come back and do a new boathouse, if we make the rowing club whole in option 1 or option 2, then they're not a part of the new design, because I think we need a state-of-the-art facility like what's in Savannah Rapids, and it makes sense to have that facility whole with the rowing club as their own entity. So I would hope that that's where we go. But I would just hope that if we can allow them to continue to use the boathouse and it's safe enough to use the boathouse from a storage component, that we just let it go until we can get the solution fixed for option 1 or option 2 and how that is. Because I think we owe it to them, we supported them, and I feel like out of the meeting that that's what they want, at least, is feeling that they have somewhere to store the boats, at least until we come to a better solution as a governing body. And I think that buys us time if we can allow them to use the facility of pulling in and out the boats. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Williams.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with them using the boathouse, but in the meantime, we need to find a funding source for tearing the boathouse down and rebuilding it, because let's say if we wait until November, they do their function, and then we tear it down, we've got to have some way to build it back up before the next year. So I just, I don't have a problem. It's just that we as a government need to come up with some way to fund what we need to do going forward. And you're going to get us some cost on the module house or whatever it is that they are looking at, correct? Or
Right,
do you have the numbers?
No, we don't have numbers now. Like I say, we have to meet Thursday because we don't know what it would take to actually put a modular building there. It's been conversation that I've had with some people about the location is in. It determines what you have to do as foundation wise. So until we know exactly what we need to do to have a modular unit in, then I didn't want to just bring any numbers up. I would prefer to have some definites when I come up here.
Commissioner, you good? Chair
I want to answer his
all right,
question.
Chair recognizes Commissioner number 7.
Thank you. What Commissioner Williams stated is we have the funding source to tear down the building. We don't have the funding source to build a new one. And so why are we going to tear it down if we can't rebuild it for 3 to 5 to 7 years? That was my point. Like, we have the funding to tear it down, but we don't have the funding to rebuild or even start that process. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Lampkin, so with this modular that you're thinking about putting on the, in the area, would it be in place by November? Because from my understanding, we have so much mold that's in the current space. Are we not putting the Roaring Club in harm's way with using the facility?
So to answer your first question, I don't believe that we will have a modular building in place by November, only because if it is feasible for us to put the modular unit there, we still have to go through the permitting process through FEMA, Corps of Engineers, and make sure that we're following the guidelines through planning and development as well. And then it would be probably a full, because what I'm thinking is the foundation is going to take some time. And then I heard that if that building does have plumbing and what you have to do, all this has to be at a raised level depending on what we're doing. So just getting through the permitting process may take some time as well. And then we have to do construction of the foundation and have the modular unit built and brought in once the foundation.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st. I'm sorry, the Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did go by whatsoever, but down below where the boats are kept, I think there's probably 60, 70 boats, anywhere from 30 feet to 50 feet long. It's up underneath us, very nice. You got clean concrete slab, you got center block steps. There's no mold on it. The only place that there's mold up underneath is if you walk in to the left side, up underneath where it was above, or the kitchen, there's traces of mold. But as far as being covered in mold, it's not. And I would ask, and I was actually shocked when I was asked to go by there and look at it and see what the conditions of the facility was. Now upstairs, I did not see, but below where the rowing club is utilizing, they keep it presentable, very presentable. So if anybody's down there on near the river, go by there and look at it. I believe everybody will have a different mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion to receive this information, by the way.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a motion and a second. There's 2 more commissioners, 1 more commissioner in the queue.
I was about to make a motion too, so we're good.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to receive this information, but there's no further discussion. Ready to vote.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's continue.
Okay. I think that would take us to item 26.
21, right?
21.
21.
21, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Moses Todd and Mr. Jeff Rice, plumbers and steam fitters, local union 150, relative to Workforce Development Hub, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Todd, if you will, you know the drill. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Moses Todd, 2747 Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take a brief second to kind of state why we are here. In talking to the administration, the Biden administration, on what we could get out of them and other federal authorities, we understand that you are the man when it comes to workforce development hub, in Augusta, Georgia, that everything's going to be run through the mayor's office. So that's why we're here, to introduce ourselves and tell you who we are. Okay, I'm on Mr. Jeff Rice.
Mr. Jeff Rice, for the record, sir, please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name is Jeff Rice. I reside at 4688 Earhart Drive, Evans, Georgia.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, a chance to explain to y'all who we are. We're neighbors right down the road, right here at 1211 Telfair Street. So this is our charter. I apologize for the thing, but it is kind of old. It's 1908. We've been here since 1908, so we're not going anywhere. We have a membership now that's grown to a total of 1,052, 787 being journeymen, 44 apprentices, 221 retirees. About 242 of those live in Richmond County. Now, when you add belly buttons to there, we get up to around the 3,500 mark with just the pipe fitters. You know, we are building trades. I guess if you do all building trades in the Augusta area, it comes up to about 27,000 residents living in the area. Our apprentices are at 44 now. At Vogel Peak, we were up to 339 apprentices. That allowed us to grow our membership, and we did that with mostly local people from the technical colleges and the high schools right here locally. We bring in a revenue around the membership around $62 million a year just on the pay. The journeyman's about $54 million. Our apprentices about 2.11. Our retirees, $6.6 million. These are people that are buying groceries here, paying taxes, owning houses and all here. So we have a big footprint on the economy around the area. This is a heritage of our success, just some of the jobs. We're in the process of completing the largest construction job in the United States over the last few decades, which is Plant Vogel. We keep a heavy footprint of employees out at Savannah River site, 500 to 700 out there at any given time. We do have a large project coming up there, the pit project, that's expected to pick up an additional 500 to 700 pipe fitters, plumbers, and welders for 10 years to do the pit project. Should be starting sometime next year. They're demobilizing the old Mox facility now to do all the infrastructure in that. We are here to talk about the workforce hub. As you know, the administration has selected 5 cities in the United States, Phoenix, Arizona, Columbus, Ohio, Baltimore, Maryland, Pittsburgh, and of course, Augusta, Georgia. So we're here to introduce you to what we have to offer as far as the training to get the skilled workforce to be able to demand any of the jobs and positions that come available. This is just a show of our curriculum. We have a national curriculum. There's 278 pipe fitters locals in the United States. We all teach the same thing. So we got one of the largest school districts in the United States. There's 38,000 apprentices in our system going through the same curriculum. So what we teach here, they're teaching in California, New York, Michigan. It doesn't matter. Our curriculum is nationwide, specific to just the plumbers and pipe fitters unions. So it's a 5-year curriculum. I know you can't see that. I was just kind of going through it real quick with you. Our apprentices do get 45 paid-for credit hours towards an associate's degree in construction management supervision. This is free of charge to them. So these young individuals coming out of high school, they go to work in the apprenticeship program. So they're going to work for a contractor, signatory contractor during the day, 40 hours a week, making money, going to classes at night, 2 nights a week for 5 years. Once they complete, they got 45 credit hours towards associate's degree, so they're only a few hours away from getting construction management supervisor associations and all. This is our investment. This is a $4 million Street at the corner. We just made a huge investment. We're going to be having an open house probably mid-September. Invite a lot of y'all here to see what we have inside. You know, we're specialty plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, and HVACR. So we're here. We're not going anywhere. We can supply the resources for the workers, the education, and everything for the skilled workforce that's coming up. A lot of people don't know how the unions work. You know, we've been around a long time. It's just kind of like the best kept secret and all. So I'll entertain any questions that y'all may have.
Great. Thank you guys for being here. And you're right. We're excited about the opportunity of working with the Biden-Harris administration. My office, we were just on a call with them on yesterday. We have another one scheduled for next week. So we're in the process of launching this initiative as we identify our community park site, which is one site that has been identified that has a severe need of developing a workforce to certainly meet their mission needs. So we appreciate that. So that being said, is there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, certainly thank you guys for being here. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
I believe that takes us to item number 26. Receive an update on the Waste Management Waste Haulers Contract Amendment 2, 2-year extension terms, negotiations. Also review and consider approving Engineering and Environmental Services Director recommended path forward.
No,
Good
sir.
afternoon. So this is the update on the Action Commission can authorize director to follow up with waste management on the amendment 2. So since then, I have communicated with the waste management. Basically, I drafted the amendment identical to the amendment 2 we have with the second hauler, which is the coastal, and submitted to the waste management to review. And that was on the February 21st. Then at February 23rd, waste management basically reviewed that amendment and responded not agreeing to 2 key element of that proposed draft amendment. And one element is the credit for capital improvement that's in the project, which the other hauler agreed and giving credit back to the city. And second is non-contracted waste bringing to the landfill. So then I got the written response from waste management, but what circulating up right now is the letter I just got on May 2nd from the waste management. Basically, that's their letter of intent not to extend the contract beyond their current term, which will end on December 31st, 2023. So waste management representative is in the chamber, or was in the chamber. If any question, so the path forward, basically, either we have to negotiate with the other hauler, or we have to rebid at least this zone. Only the time frame 6 months. By discussing with procurement, Ms. Sam is not here this week, so we're gonna back on Monday. Seemed like 6 months, maybe kind of very tight time frame to get another contractor. So that's gonna just keep it brief because they already sent the letter of intent not to extend. So.
Thank you so much, Director Malik. Chair recognizes the 5th, Commissioner Williams.
Director Malik, Dr. Malik, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks, sir.
Okay, just seeking some more clarity. In what direction are we going? What do they want? What are we going to do for service? So, are we looking to pay them, or are we looking to go in a different direction, or what?
So the service still is good till end of this year. You know, they do have that contract. So on January 1st, 2024, we have 6 months to determine, and we will take the direction what this body decide. Either we go out and float the RFP for this zone, which is Zone 1, basically the city area, the older city area, and get another contractor, or waste management will have option to rebid it. The challenge seems like waste management is, at least that's the community made, that the cost of operation went up and they cannot deliver the service at the cost and also give the credit back to the city, but that's the way contract is written. So that's the one option. So
let me
one option is to.
Let me ask you this question, Dr. Malik.
Yeah.
So what are they asking for?
They have not really presented, since I sent them this draft, they have not presented any counter proposal, though we have that discussion after that, basically my reading of that is that they don't want it to agree to give credit back to the city of the critical improvement. The challenge is the other contractor already agreed and doing it. It's the same contract. So if we go with what Waste Management is asking, I'm not sure what this body gonna do with the other contractor because it's the same terms for both and same contract. So we can work it out, but that's the first part is the credit is more critical from procurement point of view. So.
I'm not. Wants to jump in there.
Administrator Dawes.
Well, and just to clarify, slightly, Dr. Malik spoke with Waste Management and presented them with a contract existing hauler. So the goal was to have both hauler contracts mirror image each other. When that did not go as planned, that's when he received the additional information. He's here presenting this to you today. The existing contract is set to expire December 31st of this year. He has a couple of options. One, he could put the contract back out for bid, or we could also extend the same services to the existing hauler, so Augusta would not be without service.
Okay, does the existing hauler have the capacity to do the entire city?
So I have not engaged with them with that discussion because I'm waiting for this body to kind of, if that's option we have, then we can discuss with, that's the coastal, yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Williams, as I understand, we have some great secondary haulers that are in our community that's been serving us for a long time. It would be just my opinion, see if we can engage them, see how they could help out as well. Many of them are minority businesses. It gives us a great opportunity to at least see if they have the capability of assisting in any way as we meet the needs of our citizens.
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with, letting Dr. Malik as well as the administrators sit down and try to come up with some kind of solution to which way we're headed. I was just trying to find out exactly what they needed because it may be a quick fix. It may be I'm of the thought, I remember they used to come twice a week for the same price they charge it for once a week. So I'm willing to wait and see what it comes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Malik, is it my understanding that the basis for Waste Management not wanting to or wanting to end their contract by end of December is because of the rate structure, the new rate structure?
No, sir.
Per tonnage? I mean, did it not say that here on this it made mention about the increase in the tonnage for waste disposal? So they were not comfortable with the new increase, the rate increase?
So they're not agreeing to issue a credit to Augusta.
They don't want to issue the credit.
Right, which the other coastal already agreeing to do.
Absolutely.
That's the key, really, where we have it. Yeah.
That's where the breakdown, that's where the dilemma is. Let me ask you this. You may mention that Waste Management covers Zone 1. What is Zone 1? What is the number of residents that they cover? Because I don't understand Zone 1, Zone 2. I couldn't tell you where Zone 3 or any of them are. Where is Zone 1?
So that's the older city area. So Zone 1 has roughly 30,000 accounts.
30,000.
Yes, sir. And
So-
zone 2 and 3 has roughly 35,000.
So which zone, how many zones do we have altogether that you?
We got 3 zones.
3 zones.
So zone 1 is served by one hauler, which is waste management.
2 and 3 is by-
2 and 3 is served by the
Coastal.
second, which is coastal.
Which is coastal. Now, one of my colleagues asked the question, if Waste Management do forego their contract, or doesn't want to extend his contract, do the other haulers have the capacity to come into Zone 1 and services will not be disrupted? Or is it something that we need to really do a deep dive into to make sure that services won't be interrupted by way of making sure that we have the haulers that will be able and readily available to come in and provide the service for Zone 1 in the event that this falls through? Do we have the capacity? Do we have the capabilities of making that happen?
So I can bring that information back. We'll try to do probably the next committee when Ms. Sam come back on Monday, because I do need to have a deep conversation or detail with the procurement, So, and then I can have that conversation with the other hauler about the capacity,
Okay. Worst case scenario, if we have to go that route, and it has to go out for an RFP, what's the process? What's the timeline for making that happen? Because you don't want to lose services at the same time while you're trying to acquire or trying to get folks ready to be able to jump in and continue those services. What are you looking at the process to be? Time. I mean, I would love for you to bring that information back that I asked you about the other question, but what we're looking at as far as timeline.
Right now, is 6 months is very kind of tight schedule.
6 months is tight.
Right,
Okay.
so it's probably going to need time for
A
it.
year's idle time. So, which tells me now that 6 months is going to be tough, so that we will fall into the situation of having to make sure that we are able to provide the services in Zone 1 with the existing contractors that we have without having to obtain new contracts with the RFPs that will go out. So that's what you're saying.
So we can work through and like discussion with other haulers, what their capacity is by the gap measure while we're working with the new contract. So that's the one option. The other is, we can extend if the second hauler has the capacity and agreeing to the same term, which they already has with the other 2 zones, 2 second and third, then there's one option to extend that to the same hauler with the same terms and conditions,
Okay. As long as we don't have interruption of services, whatever is the best solution for what we're going to be experiencing until such time that we can go back to the drawing board, as long as we don't have interruption of services, whatever you deem that's going to get us continuously moving, then that would be great. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 6th. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Malik, as far as waste management, if we can't find something to fill the hole, number one, we'll make waste management do it month to month until we're able to secure a vendor?
I'm sure we can go back and talk to them under the current term, again, not asking them to issue a credit, then I'm sure they'll be willing to continue.
Right.
Their representative was here.
Okay.
Yeah, so George Council
Well,
is here, and I think he can respond
Sir,
directly to that question.
you represent Waste Management? All right, can you come? Attorney Brown? You're looking at me. Sir, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
My name is George Council. I live at 613 Park Place Drive. I live in Elgin, South Carolina.
Okay, you represent Waste Management?
Yes.
Can you?
Represent Waste Management, Augusta Hauling here.
All right, in what capacity? What is your title?
I'm an account executive, so
Okay.
I handle the account for Augusta.
Thank you, sir. I think there was a question for you.
My question is, until we are able to secure a different vendor, will your company be willing to do a month-to-month after December 31st, 2023?
I would need to seek approval to do that. What was communicated to us previously was that we could not, or
Okay, that's all I need to know from Waste Management. Then, as far as Malik, do we have to go out for bid to find somebody for Zone 1, including having this existing vendor that's doing Zone 2 and 3? Do we have to go out for procure in order for him to absorb in Zone 1 if he could?
So for continuity service, still I will have that conversation with procurement, but I think it's more or less going to constitute an emergency as a continuity of the service, because that's the top priority. There should not be, or shall not be any interruption with the service. So I'm sure we can extend that while we're procuring for the long-term service.
Right, so we got 180 days to find a new vendor.
Right.
Or implement this other vendor. Should we, as well as administrators, should we go ahead and act on procuring, throw out for procurement, go out for procurement?
That's exactly what Dr. Malik was requesting in his motion or in the presented agenda item.
Oh, I thought it was information. I'm sorry.
It had two parts. It stated, after you receive his information concerning waste management, also review and consider approving engineering and environmental services director recommended path forward, which is attached Exhibit A listed at the memo. And within his memo, he asked for your approval to develop new contract documents and initiate a request for qualifications.
My motion is to proceed with what Dr. Malik has stated, as well as the administrator, because time is going to be of the essence before
Thank
we
you.
know it. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Thank you, Commissioner Tanth. You have a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, so as a motion and as a second, I see another commissioner in the queue before we vote. Commissioner Frantham.
Yeah, I was just referencing the letter. The letter's May 3rd, and it's June 6th. So I'd appreciate if this information gets us to in a timely manner, because we've had the letter over a month, and now we're just now hearing about it. So thank you.
Administrator Dowse, anything? Okay. So, all right. So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second to proceed with the
Yes, sir.
procurement
To
process.
accept the recommendation of the director.
Thank you so much. If there's no further discussion, let's vote. Thank you, sir, for being here. Yep,
You're voting, sir?
we're voting.
Mr. Franham? Mr. Mason? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's continue. I think that puts us at
Item 29, let's
Yep.
try item
29.
Receive as information an update regarding Ellis Street property assessment and supplemental drainage study. Discuss finding on observed conditions of each structure and discuss the defects and likely cause of the observed conditions.
All right. Who's this?
It's mine, right
Okay,
here.
all right, gotcha. Madam Administrator.
Commissioners, this item has come before you back since 2022. In November, I was tasked with engaging a contractor to do a assessment of the condition on Ellis Street. Cranston Engineering performed the assessment at Augusta's request, and the assessment results are included within your booklet. We have a representative from Cranston Engineering that is present to answer any technical questions that you may have. We've also spoken with some of the residents as well as representatives of the residents that live on Ellis Street, and it has been determined that Augusta is not at fault concerning the property damage that lines Ellis Street as a result of property runoff and drainage.
All right, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that we have been going back and forth on for a while, and I'm glad that we're getting to somewhat of a resolution. I have a question or two for the folks from Cranston. Are they here? There we go.
Cranston Engineering.
Okay. And just for the record, we have met with the residents. We have come up with a sense of a solution, but I have some questions about this this assessment.
Thank you, sir. Hey, sir, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address and the company you represent.
Yes, Tom Dunaway with Cranston Engineering. A little closer, sorry. We're at 452 Ellis Street.
Okay. Thank you for being here today. I just have a few questions just to try to get some clarity and then some additional resolutions for the folks on Ellis Street. Can you walk me through what assessment you did, how you do it, and how you come to your conclusion about the water from Calhoun not being the determining factor for structural damage or things of that nature to those homes? Can you walk us through that?
Yes, certainly. And really, the assessment was two-part. There was a structural assessment done by our structural engineering team, and then a civil assessment of the runoff and drainage features within the vicinity of the properties along Ellis Street. I believe it was 910 Ellis Street through 1910 through 1946. And from a structural assessment perspective, our structural engineering team went to each of the properties. I believe of the 9, there was only one that they could not gain access to. They made observations both around the perimeter, under the crawl space as they could, and then where they were welcome into the home, they were able to do the assessment inside as well. And they made observations, and made their conclusions from there.
Okay, on page 272, section 1, the executive summary, the last portion here says, the following study of the existing Ellis Street drainage system and hydraulic modeling, Cranston recommends improvements to the existing storm system on Eve Street and the westbound ramp on John Calhoun. Can you kind of share what you found when you went out?
Hydrologic analysis subject to this was essentially part B. Our team, me specifically, analyzed the area of Eve Street and the John C. Calhoun on-ramp initially. The second part of that was completed in parallel with the structural assessment. So speaking directly to the Eve Street area, system lacked both the inlet capacity, meaning there were not physically enough drainage structures there to collect the surface water, and two, the system that the water drained to relatively sloped or undersized for the area going to those inlets and systems.
So if there was water coming from the highway and it was contained in this storm system, but the storm system type of damage?
So on Eve Street is tributary to the properties that line, or the system along Ellis, pardon me, is tributary to the properties that line Ellis. So those properties drain to the front and then to the back. So the issues along Eve Street, and I apologize if I misspoke, I was referring to the Ellis Street areas.
Gotcha. I'm following you.
Yep. And so the
Eve
properties
Street
by Calhoun Expressway on ramp, Eve Street, and then Ellis. And so that area really, the properties really split in half to how they drain. They drain to the rear towards the John C. Calhoun Expressway, and then from essentially the middle of the property forward to Ellis Street. And then that extends up, I believe, to Metcalf is generally the drainage basin for that area.
Okay. I have Mr. Mayor, if it's fine, I have a couple pictures that I want to submit to the record. Because, and this is not so much to Cranston at this moment, it's more so towards our in-house engineering department. I went out and I took a look at this property as early as this morning, and while I understand the assessment and the theory behind it, I want to just highlight a few things, and I want to be perfectly clear on what my expectation is here, simply because we're going on maybe 2 years with the same residents coming to the commission for assistance. And, I think if the recommendation is to move forward with the larger project, we need to start somewhere. And so what you see is a bunch of shrubbery and bushes and trees and things behind folks' homes. This is, if you can pause it for me, Ms. McFarley, it's going a little too fast. I'm not that smart. That's me, yeah. That's me right there, Catherine McKnight. So basically what I'm saying is, what you're seeing is a bunch of shrubbery, okay? And I don't know if we were completely clear when we first made the directive. We may not be able to do much now about the water and all those types of things. But when you're coming down Calhoun Expressway from Eve Street going up, behind those homes from Eve Street on back, it's impossible for water to flow to the storm drain. I'm not an engineer, but I'm using just a little common sense. The trees, the shrubbery, everything's falling over into the storm drain. I'm walking literally through a gate on Eve Street, on Ellis Street to Calhoun Expressway, where there's a bunch of trash and tires and things of that nature. Water can't flow. It can't flow. So, and then the catch basins were full. Okay, so what I want to just make sure that I submit to the record so that we can get some actual resolution here. We've got some type of solution as far as rehab and things go that we're trying to get towards. But from this infrastructure perspective, and maybe I'm thinking too hard, but I want to see that entire alley completely cleared, like completely cleared to the best of our ability. I was able to actually go in and walk down the storm system, and I was ducking branches and stepping over things. There's no way that water can flow. And if there's a big storm like we've had over the last few months, that water's going to hold and it's going to back up into those neighbors' yards. And so, and this is just, you see here, there was a cut in the road for whatever reason. I added all these pictures in simply because this is a quality of life issue that I think is affecting the folks on Ellis Street, and we're not acting urgently enough about it. We've cleaned the storm drain to a degree, but if you cross over behind the fire station, it's just as messed up as the other side. And the sad part about this is not even 2 blocks up, I can see the country club, and it doesn't look like this. That's my foot inside of a pothole. I look out 2 or 3 blocks away, I see the country club, and certainly it don't look like that over there. Hopefully that's not a coincidence. So for the record, to be perfectly clear, I need this cleared. Okay? Let's see if we can make this happen. And then when we're talking about it, if there's a funding allocation that's needed, let's get that funding allocation communicated so that this commission can make action to clean up this issue, because none of us want to live in this condition. None of us do. Okay? So I'm not trying to lecture, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but this is a real issue that folks are hoping to get some help on, and they've been asking for, a little over 2 decades now. And I want this to be the last ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Williams.
I forgot I was in the queue.
You don't have to say anything if you forgot. We can move on.
Well. I think Commissioner Johnson pretty much said it all. I think it needs to be cleaned up, cleared up, what have you. So when we get ready to move on this, sir, I'm behind you with a second. I know somebody else would do a third, but something needs to be done with that.
Third.
Thank you.
How much would a project like this cost just to clear this back area off? And again, let me just pause and say this. I am grateful for the work that you all have done, because I know how local government works. It's not easy, right? I get that. How much would it cost to clear this up? And if we have a financial need, let's communicate that so that Commissioner Mesa can get some money from the engineering department.
Administrator Dowse.
Commissioner Johnson, at this moment, we do not have an estimate as to how much additional cleanup will cost.
Okay.
I would like for the body to note that the project does look, and the residents have stated that the project has been cleaned up and does look a lot better than it did. But that, yes, there are additional efforts in which can be made, which is indicative of the picture that is shown. So we will get with our contractors or see what efforts in-house staff can make and present to you a proposal if needed. It may be work that can be done in-house.
Okay, and can we get that within the next committee cycle or so?
So
Do you have
the
time
next
for that?
committee cycle is on Tuesday.
Next
So
Tuesday?
if you would
Okay.
allow us some additional
Okay.
time, at least the next 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am. And I
Thank
want to
you.
again submit, I think y'all did a great job getting us to this point, but let's keep moving forward.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
The homeowner is in the crowd, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. She had her hand up.
Yeah.
Just wanted to acknowledge that. I'm sorry. That's your call, though.
All right, yeah, we will acknowledge her, ma'am. You got a couple minutes here, if you don't mind. You got to state your name and address for the record, and you got about 30 seconds.
That's fine. I'm Michelle Johnson. I'm Lois Johnson's daughter, and I just have a few questions. So the first question is what is the reason that there was a delay in us receiving access to the report? Are we not privy to it?
Madam
Can we get that plan to the?
Madam Administrator.
Sure, Ms. Johnson, I wanted to make certain that I made the commission aware of the details of the report before we released it to the residents as well as to the public. Out of courtesy, that's the reason why we also requested a meeting with the residents before the information went public. The commission received the report on Friday, and we immediately called the residents shortly after that.
Okay, because I reached out to Tom myself, and he said that the report had already been presented to the city months ago. So I was just inquiring why we hadn't received it. The second question is, so is the current structure in its as-is condition functional and operating effectively, or no? Because he just said that he recommends changes and that it lacked the inlet capacity and it was insufficient drainage, and he also said that it was negatively sloped. So in its current as-is condition, are we saying that it is functional or it isn't?
Mr. Cranston is coming back to answer this question or offer some additional clarity.
Yes, sir.
So there is an engineering plan that is 95% complete now to address the runoff from the John C. Calhoun Expressway side. So the design is collecting the water before it leaves the public infrastructure and taking it to a closed pipe system. That is the design intent of that project, and it's 90% complete at this time.
But currently in its as-is state, without you touching it, are you saying that it is effective or it's ineffective?
The improvements will
Not the improvements, just as it is, as it's been over the last 15 years.
It does not have the capacity based on what we've shown.
I see our engineering director.
Another question.
Director Malik may want to expand upon that.
Yes, sir. The system is functional. It's working. It's draining the water and all that. So what the second part of that, what we're doing is to divert the water that's coming from John C. Calhoun and all that, take it to in a new structure and take it to direct it to the other direction completely. So it's gonna take a lot of water away from where it's going now.
Thank you. So, ma'am, he stated it is functional. All right.
Well, he did, but the people that they paid to come out, he admitted that it didn't. But the next question is.
How many more questions do you have?
This is
this last one. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted it on
Okay,
record,
you got it. I understand.
clearly.
All right, got
Okay.
you. All right.
Has the drainage, because it's a two-part thing, so it's the bridge and the drainage, and then the other part of that is the maintenance from the city, the cleanup. So are we saying that the drainage has been maintained properly since we initially complained in 2021? Over the 2-year period, they have been keeping it clean and maintaining it? Are we admitting?
So the maintenance is an ongoing effort. So answer is yes. Yeah, we're doing it, and it's part of our overall John C. Calhoun maintenance.
Okay. Yeah. Is this one of those structures is this considered a structure?
It's considered structure, but not controlled structure.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for that answer. Ma'am, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Commissioner from the first, is there anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Before we move on?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, we're receiving this as information without objection. All right, no objection noted. Madam Clerk, let's continue.
Takes us to item 32, present 2024 budget planning calendar for approval.
All right.
I was hoping you'd approve it before I walked up here. The budget calendar is in your books. This is the first day of budget season, in that you will take the action to approve this calendar. Tomorrow we will have our budget retreat, and we'll work forward from that to the eventual October date, when the administrator will present the recommended budget, and the November in this year 21st budget date, which is the date by ordinance that it should be adopted. So if you would please approve this.
All right, thank you so much, Director. All right, is there a motion to approve this budget calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion. I don't know who chimed in on second first.
Ms. Scott, I have Mr. Mason and Ms. Scott.
Yeah, that works. So a motion and a second. If there are no further discussions, voting.
It's unanimous.
All right,
Okay.
just continue.
Item 34, and I'll read a synopsis of the caption. Motion to approve the development of a plan regarding the reduction of the deficit of the $1.3 million of the Augusta Library.
All right. That's, Madam Administrator, whose item is this?
Bobby
There's
Williams.
Bobby Williams, Commissioner from the 5th. Since it's yours, I'm going to you, sir.
Yeah. Can I get Mr. Mitchell to come on up here too? If that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I got you. Years ago, they built a new library, and they went from 35,000 feet to 95,000 feet. My understanding is that they kept the same budget as they did with the 35,000 feet, whatever, library, square foot, when they went to 95,000 feet. And that's just not good business. My understanding is that the library has been losing money left and right, that the library is now $1.3 million in debt, that at one time it was somewhere close to $3 million. My understanding is that with some new healthcare initiatives that are coming up, that the library is going to need an additional $200,000, $300,000, Mr. Mitchell?
Actually, that includes maintenance to the buildings as well.
With
The
the-
healthcare increase would be 60,000.
Would be 60,000?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have any comments, if you may, Mr. Mayor, before I wrap up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mitchell?
You have any comments you want to make?
None at this time. Just thank you for considering the library and helping us get through this. I have full belief in the commission that the right decision will be made as far as moving the library forward. This is a city that believes in learning, and the library is the flagship of that. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that statement. You may want to stay there. I see some commissioners that are in the queue.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion as they speak. They can consider it. They can come back to it or what have you. I see that the administrator has made a considerable offer, $325,000 and so forth and so on. But the library is now behind $1.3 million. And my understanding is that with the budget that he has, once he pays the city, there's not a whole lot of money that he has to take care of the 6 libraries.
Correct.
That he has. That basically you spend about $20,000 a month on the library, that's the main library down here, and the other 5 are just pretty much out there, just, going along. So I'm going to make a motion that we, and can I get some clarity, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
What I want to do, Mr. Attorney, is that I want to make a motion to take out this entire debt for $1.3 million. Is that something that we can do, or what do we have to do with that?
Attorney Brown?
You use the term, Commissioner Williams, take out the
Well,
debt.
we want to do away with the entire $1.3 million.
Well, are you considering increasing their budget so that they can pay their debt?
Okay, what's your...
Because forgiveness of debt is not advisable.
Okay, what if the city wrote them a check for $1.3 million and he turned around and give a check back to the city for $1.3 million?
The city would be would increase their budget, then they could pay their debt.
Okay, so if this goes through, Mr. Mitchell, I guess what he's saying is that the city will increase your budget by 1.3 million, and you have to immediately, or else you and I are gonna be fighting, I'm gonna have some bruises on top of my head, that you have to immediately write a check back to the city for the 1.3 million. So basically, you're just exchanging checks, and really and truly, you haven't lost any money. Miss Dowse, it's just a question to me, to you. If you were to write a check from ARP money, that would pretty much say that the money has been used and it is no longer under the guise of having to use that 1.3 by December. Am I correct? Because you've used it, basically, you gave it to the library turned around and gave it back to you. So that could be 1.3 that we could put back in the general budget. Is that true? This is just a question.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking if we were to appropriate $1.3 million from ARP, would that decrease your available estimated $3 million that you have available with ARP? Is that your question?
It would decrease it, but the 1.3 that we give to the library, and then the library turn around and give back to us, it no longer has to be used by that certain ARP date. Am I correct?
So because I am not certain as to how the funding for the library, when those funds are paid by the library, how they are accounted for, I would like for you to allow Department Director Donna Williams to answer your question for certainty.
And that's fine. All I'm trying to say is that, if you give us a check from ARP and the money is used, then you no longer have to have that money under the guise of a certain date for the ARP usage, if I'm not mistaken.
Director Williams?
That's what I'm thinking.
I know.
Right, it won't come back to ARP, that's what I'm saying.
We need to-
Right. And Ms. Dowse, I don't think it really matters where we get the money from, but I'm just saying with the ARP, that might help us out later if we could bring it back and put it in another account.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir. It does matter where you get the money from. Yes, sir.
Okay.
If it does not come from the ARP fund, which has a balance of $2.3 million, because the last $1 million went for the repairs at Charlie B. Webster Detention Center in April. That brought the balance down to 2.3, and we're getting ahead of
That's
ourselves.
what we have in ARP.
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
I'm going to update y'all on that tomorrow.
Okay.
So there's $2.3 million left. So yes, technically you could spend this $1.3 million out of ARP funding, and it would be spent. There would be no further deadlines for expenditure of money, et cetera, like that.
Okay.
If you do not allocate the $1.3 million out of here, you either go to your contingency fund, which has a little over $500,000 left in it,
I got you.
and or you go to your general fund balance.
I got you.
You
But
don't have just $1.3 million other than in ARP
right.
sitting around
Right.
waiting.
And that's what I was trying to get at. It wouldn't have a deadline, though. It wouldn't have a deadline like the ARP money does.
The ARP deadline, the day I write the check, that was the expenditure date.
Okay. Right. Right.
It would be assigned, but from what I'm understanding, this discussion is to increase the budget for the library by $1.3 million, pay them, then they turn around and repay their debt.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Right. But I'm just saying you'll move the ARP money and it won't have a ending date like most ARP money does.
Spend it out of ARP. That's
got
the terminology that you are
I got you.
looking for here.
I got you. Okay. All right, thank you. So my motion is to, and help me a little bit, but my motion is to increase the library's budget by 1.3 million from ARP money and allow the library to pay the money back to the city of Augusta.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. I have a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. I got some colleagues in the queue. Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I applaud the commissioner from the 5th for fighting so hard for the library, but the library, you know, went from 35,000 to 95,000, same budget as what he's saying as 35,000. That library's been there for numerous years, and this problem hasn't come up until now for some reason. You $1.3 million in debt, and you got health care and maintenance coming up at a tune of 60,000 for this year. Here's the challenge, though. We requested our administrator and staff to spend their time in order to come up with a solution to resolve the problem for the library. And they had presented us with something, which is probably the simplest way. But the other side of the coin, the library people, employees, are state employees. This $1.3 million will incur accrual over these next couple of years because we do their payroll and HR. This is where the money comes from, where the library owes the city of Augusta. By us washing it right now doesn't wash it away forever. Until the library makes some strong changes, no different than we as a body are going to have to find this $10 million, and I appreciate the administrator and staff, Mr. Jackson, coming up with the right sizing plan. But we're going to give this money away, and we're going to be stuck with the hole. We're going to have to be cautious now. As for us, we're going to have to close down some facilities, lay off some employees. That's going to be the hard decisions if we got to make them. It's got to be made behind this body, behind this dais. No different than the library board needs to make a hard decision. They got 6 different libraries. If some are underutilized, close it. That'd probably be the simplest way so this doesn't reoccur every year, every other year, or every third year coming before this body. Your state employees, where's the state representatives at saying, hey, we will send you extra funding? That's where it needs to come from. It shouldn't be the burden on this body, on everybody that comes in front of these podiums, that we are required to pull them out of the hole, because when we are in the hole, nobody is here for us, and we got to make the tough decisions. My motion is to do what the administrator and staff has done on this motion to approve the development as the $1.3 million of Augusta Library with the division half of $650 to each of the library. And that's my motion. Would somebody be kind enough to second it?
I have a substitute motion. Is there a second?
I'm gonna have to second it too, even though I served on the board. I've got to second it right now.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a substitute motion and a second. There's a long list of folks in the queue. Let me go to Commissioners. Sean Franklin from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. First, Mr. Mitchell, that was a great event on Saturday. My kid enjoyed it. You mentioned at that event that you were going to have a Monday meeting and there possibly might be more funding coming to the library. How did your meeting go?
We went to Jefferson County. There was actually some discussion about them trying to form a regional. The meeting went not as well as we expected. Jefferson County is actually exploring staying independent and having a director there. But nothing has been solidified, so we're still waiting to hear back from them.
Okay. This body gave you $500,000 in December. What did y'all use that for?
We started replacing the carpet on the 2nd floor of the library where it was peeling up. C and S flooring is actually taking care of that now. That was the bulk of the money. I think it was $153,000 of that. And then the other parts went into buying resources for the bookmobile, also increasing our digital collection, adding Canopy, which will start July 1, as well as $70,000 going back into the library's collection for physical books for the community. We're creating also a tech hub for the community as well to engage those teens to get them involved in technology as well.
Gotcha. Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Ms. Donna Williams.
Yes, sir. Ms. Williams, can you approach, please?
Stay close.
Ms. Williams, if we, in a sense, wipe away their debt by adding to their budget, what does this open us up for other entities within this government that do the same thing? And is there any other entities? Can you name some that could possibly come to us and do the same thing?
I mean, obviously, it would open you up. We currently process the payroll and do HR functions free of charge for both the Downtown Development Authority, the library, the canal, and the land bank. So there's no charge for those services. By, you know, the library obviously has the most employees. I think the rest of them have under 10. But the library has approximately 40-something or 60-something. 54. I was in the middle.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
those could come to you.
Yeah, that's where my concern is. Once you do it for one, are we going to have to sit up there and have this tough conversation with additional entities? So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the A. Oh, you want to?
Commissioner Franum asked all of the questions that I had.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not opposed to offering some assistance, but I want to understand, number one, I understand to a certain degree how we got here. If in fact we did this as Commissioner Williams proposes in the $1.3 million and raising their budget by 1.3 million, is that correct, Miss? You probably want to stay up here for a minute.
Yes, sir, that would technically be the mechanism because, as Mr. Brown stated, you cannot just forgive the debt.
Right, and so once they turn around and pay the $1.3 million back, where is that going? I mean, I need to know where it's going.
Right, it would physically be reported in the general fund, which is the holder of their current note.
Right, and so at that point, we've increased their budget by 1.3 million. They pay it back. Are we going to now decrease their budget because it can't stay increased by 1.3 million?
I would suggest that it be a one-time appropriation from the ARP funds if that's the way it goes, which was similar to exactly what you did with the first $500,000.
Right. So this is important to bring out the details. See, the devil can be in the details, and I feel like my job is to pull the devil out so we can get to the truth. So the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, if we do the 1.3, if that was something that was to pass, we ensure that when that payback comes, it goes to the general fund, and then of course that 1.3 does not remain in there for years to come in terms of the library. And also, with that being said, with the way that we got here, what mechanism do we have in place to ensure that we don't get here again?
I don't have any, sir. We've had numerous discussions. These discussions with the library go back at least to 2 previous library directors requesting things that they could do to reduce expenditures, and Mr. Mitchell has been very proactive in that. But yet at the same time, these salaries have continued to increase. The decisions that were made by the library to follow the path for the salary structure for Augusta when raises were given, when cost of living, et cetera, those are all independent decisions that the library has the authority to make. It simply affects because we upfront their payroll for them, and that was another suggested adjustment that was included in the staff recommendation, that instead of providing the entire appropriation that is budgeted for the library, that it be approved that the salary expenditures be netted against that appropriation so that we are not waiting for repayment. We have that ahead of time, and that would help keep us from accumulating a deficit such as this before, which does occur from those salary expenditures, because that is the only expense we pay for the library. They pay most of their operating expenditures themselves. Only a few copiers and some other odds and ends are on Augusta's dime, so to speak.
So you're saying that it was the salaries that really got us into this position?
Yes, sir. They stopped repaying us for their payroll.
Okay, and that's something that is being rectified or will be rectified moving forward?
It was part of the staff's recommendation. I would highly recommend that if this process goes forward, that be included in this. And Mr. Mitchell and I have had numerous conversations, and he is amenable to that.
And I'm glad that you're having the conversations, but as we're making this decision, we've got to make sure that all of this is placed in the motion so that we can have a clear understanding about what's happening here. See, because with what I've just said, you just brought out some other things that wouldn't have been a part of the motion and understanding how all of this actually would go down. And so I just want to make sure that as we go through this process, we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's, being meticulous and attention to detail to the small things so that we don't have a big problem later on down the road. Sir?
Yes, we actually discussed that. That was part of the staff agreement. That was the second part that we all agreed on, was that the library receives a check for our approved budget, about $243,008 every month. And that's basically payroll and utilities. So the agreement was to actually draw down from that, to deduct the payroll from that before we receive our check, to eliminate going back into debt with payroll.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, I think one way or the other, whether passed or not, I think cleanup or some addition, modification to Commissioner Williams' motion need to be put in play so that we have a clear understanding, if that motion were to pass, exactly what our responsibilities are as a commission, and also what the responsibilities of the library are as well, and so that we have good understanding of where we are, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'm going to go back to the Commissioner from the 5th. Are you okay with making those additions to your motion, sir, as the Commissioner from the 5th has asked? Commissioner Williams?
Hang on 2 seconds.
Okay.
Hang on 2 seconds.
All right.
Well, let me do this. Mr. Mitchell, you and I talk. How many employees were let go? You tried to make some changes. You let go some employees. Maintenance is and isn't being taken care of. What kind of changes have you made to try to bring things up to standard?
There has been a significant reduction in staff. One of the things that I did, noticing what we were actually paying for the janitorial, was that we actually got 3 temp for the price of 1, actually, and we'd still save $4,000 on that. So we're looking at everything, every position, seeing how we can actually keep our deficit, our budget low, and be able to repay this debt. Right about now, we should have a total of 69 staff in place, and we're at 54.
Gotcha.
So that is a total of 15 positions that we currently have been going without for, I've been here 10 months, and it was that way prior to me coming. So I'm thinking it's been at least 2 or 3 years that those 15 positions have been vacant.
15 positions. Okay, and then we talked about the maintenance, and you said the one big library is about $20,000 a year, and you still got 5 other libraries, so how are you taking care of the other 5?
Well, the largest debt for the headquarters library is actually the utility bill. Such a large building requires a lot of energy to heat it and to cool it. The other buildings, their utilities are not as much. Their utilities normally run anywhere between $2,000 to $3,000 a month.
Each?
Each.
So you're talking about another 10,000, but go ahead.
Correct. There's only one that we do a back pay for, and that is Diamond Lakes, because it's a part of the recreation center. So we are back billed for our portion of the Diamond Lakes library.
Gotcha. So going from 35,000 to 95,000, how much was the utility for the old building?
It was about $4,500.
About $4,500. You went from 4,500 during that 20,000 a month. Okay. And you were paying back the city, and what kind of checks were you writing to the city? 100,000, 200,000 a month? What?
Currently, it ranges anywhere from 113 to 120,000 a month that we're paying back.
113, 100. And what we need to realize is that all this is that money that recycles, because the money that they're paying us back is the money that we gave to them for their budget. So if we gave him 500,000, he's giving us 120 a month. He just got 4 or 5 more payments he can make, and he's going to be out of money. And then they've been looking for an increase in their budget for some time. So part of what we're going to have to do, I'm not sure if we need to continue to cut the 15 staff payments, staff positions, or what have you, but he's going to need some type of budget increase that's going to help him not get back in this particular situation. And I'm thinking that I hate to point finger, but Commissioner Guilfoyle was one of the commissioners at the time that when they went from 35,000 to 95,000, and now he's back here making another motion not to give him the leeway. He won't be paying that $1.3 million back, but he will be. I'm not cutting you off. You want to cut me up, you cut me up after I get finished. But when we're back here in 2023, and we still trying to bury him in mud and what have you. The library is intricate in our system. You got a lot of kids walking out there who are illiterate and don't give a dad blame and don't have anybody who gives a dad blame. We were out there at Louisville yesterday, and I'm looking at them, and they trying to rebuff what we're trying to tell them, and they got a little old itty bitty library down there, and we're trying to tell them, look, I'm not going to go off. They want me to amend my motion. They want me to amend my motion. So I'm going to amend my motion by saying approve a one-time appropriation for $1.3 million from ARP funding to the Augusta Library System. The administrator would draft a that looks like a MON, but a MOU with details regarding repayment. But basically, you give him $1.3 million, he's going to have to turn around and give you $1.3 million. But that's the motion. Can I get a second? I got a second.
He's got a motion on the second. That's the original motion. We have a substitute motion that's also on the table.
Yeah, so we're going to have to dispense of one of these motions, but if he could modify his motion was to allow the library to repay the money, and now in this, it's with the administrator drafting the MOU with details for repayment, they're still repaying.
All right, so
if we can just modify the wording on his original motion, but you'll have to vote on the substitute.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do, just modify the.
Is there an objection from modifying the original motion?
We're going to have to dispense of the
We got the substitute motion first, all right.
And then we could modify his motion.
All right. Gosh, there's still a bunch of people in the queue. Commissioner from the 3rd.
Let's vote it up or vote it down. Ride the truck.
So she's not here. Commissioner Bullion, Commissioner from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was, who requested the new library be built? I understand it was part of a SPLOS project, but was the request done at as a result of the commission body, or was it the librarian at the time? Whose request was that under?
Commissioner, I wasn't gonna say my uncle, but the commissioner.
Commissioner.
I don't know who I'm directing that question to because I don't know who can answer it, honestly.
Yes. Attorney
Do any
Brown.
of my colleagues or Attorney Brown,
The SPOS package is put forth by the commission and approved by the citizens.
Right.
okay.
So that was the initial commission action.
I believe the building is ours.
The building is ours, and we requested it based off of the citizens. So we requested it, but there was no plan in place to increase the budget to run the facility that we requested.
The state pays for the employees, right? The state provides funding for the employees, right? Yeah, and we pay for the maintenance of our building. I thought that's what.
Do we have a answer for that? Attorney Brown, do you know? Or Administrator Dowse?
Commissioner Pulliam, will you please repeat your question?
Absolutely. So the beginning of my question was who requested that a new library be built? Then I was told that that was in a SPLOS package. So this body put that forth for the new library to be built. The second part of my question, once I received that answer, was at the time, if we go back to those meetings, was the budget increased to run the facility that we raised money for to build?
So, to cover all of their current needs.
Second part to my question, the old library, those needs, utilities, whatnot, were included in the budget. And there was enough money in the budget to pay those needs. And we may not have those answers right now. So Administrator Dowse, if I can submit some questions to you to get the answers to that. Because what it sounds like to me, and I could be wrong, is that there was a unanimous decision to build a new building, but the budget was not increased to actually sustain the new building that we agreed to build. But I also don't have the piece of the puzzle telling me, was the budget for the old building, were they okay with that budget operating that old building? So I will submit that question to get an answer for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner Garrett just walked out of the room, and he is the only person that's in the queue. So I guess, Madam Clerk, we need to address this substitute motion. Okay. Need to spell that first.
Substitute motion, Mr. Guilfoyle, Ms. McKnight, is to receive the recommendation as listed.
All right.
The plan, the recommended plan.
The recommended plan. All right. Voting. We got a commissioner out of the room. Vote on the substitute motion. If you're voting. You're up. Substitute motion.
Ms. Bond, I pressed green instead of red, so I want to set up before you read the record.
Okay. Can you reset?
All right. We need to clean it up.
You go ahead and you can do it.
All right. So we're cleaning up
All right.
before the vote's posted.
Okay, we're good?
Yes.
Everybody good? All right, we're ready to publish? Madam Clerk, let's publish the vote.
Okay. That motion fails 3-7 with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Mason, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Tony Lewis, Mr. Brandon Garrett, and Ms. Francine Scott voting no. Voting yes, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you so much. Commissioner from the 5th, we need to modify your motion, sir, before it could be restated.
Let me see, is this what you're saying that you're, let's see.
I think what needs to be.
Okay.
I think what needs to be put in there is a one-time payment. And the administrator will draft an MOU.
Okay. One time.
Motion to appropriate 1.3 million of funding to the library, and the administrator will draft an MOU with details regarding
For
repayment.
repayment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
From ARP. Yes, ma'am. I will say it again. ARA. Yeah, ARA. That's how we used to say it in grade school. ARA. E.
A one-time appropriations of 1.3 million from ARP funding to the Augusta Library System, with the administrator drafting an MOU with details for repayment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
And that's, Ms. Scott, you're good with that?
All right.
Okay.
So we have a.
Mr. Mason? No, that was Mr. Bobby Williams, right, and Mr.
And
Tony
Mr.
Lewis, I'm sorry.
Mr. Johnson.
All right. So we have a modified motion, and it's properly seconded. We have a motion and
Yes,
a second.
sir. Mr. Lewis, did you accept that?
You still
Mr.
accept
Lewis?
that?
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, if there's no further discussions, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-4. With Mr. Johnson voting yes, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Mason, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Tony Lewis, Ms. Francine Scott. Voting no, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Franham, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that's it from our regular agenda items. I think we need to address some addenda items before we move forward. to
Now,
the-
we have our appointments, so you're gonna,
Gonna do the appointments first, all right?
oh, you wanna do the addendum? That's your
Appointments.
call, sir.
Yeah, let's do the addendum first.
Addendum, okay. Item number 1, addendum item to receive an update from the Chief Tax Appraiser, Mr. Scott Roundtree, regarding the upcoming home valuations.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Floor is yours.
Commission. So Commissioner Williams asked I join you today. I was planning on coming in a couple of weeks, but I think it's a good time today to discuss what's going on in the tax assessor's office.
Mr. Roundtree, can you get
yes,
in the
ma'am.
mic for us? Can you, yeah.
That a little better?
Good, thanks, guys.
So the annual process of our reviews and establishing of property values is well underway in the tax assessor's office. We've been working since the end of last year in the field, picking up new construction, reviewing improvements, beginning to analyze sales that occurred throughout last year, and of course checking on our cost valuations with the cost of materials as they've increased over the last couple of years. As I mentioned last year, and I'll mention it again, I think it's worth noting every time we discuss valuations that our objective, as required by Georgia Code, is to reach a fair market value of every property in the county as of January 1 every year. And our local real estate market, as we saw in 2021, did very well. That continued through 2022. Our market in Augusta was very good last year. Following that substantial activity, we did have an increase in valuation last year, which we talked about after the notices went out. So as we studied sales from last year compared to those valuation adjustments that we made, it did indicate that despite the efforts we made, our prices are still lower than the majority of sales that occurred in the prior year. And majority of residential and commercial properties are selling still for more than our tax values. Adjustments to those values are going to be necessary to reflect the current worth of the properties to remain in compliance with the requirements of Georgia Code. So currently we're working on preparing those valuations. The properties that at this point appear to be seeing the most significant adjustments will be those based on the market approach primarily residential property, as well as commercial property, where we are updating our cost schedules to more current building material costs. So our early reports are showing that the increases that we experienced last year were a pretty good benchmark for what we could see in the valuations adjustments that we will propose to the Board of Assessors, likely at the end of this month or in early July. We did have about a 3-week delay with everybody else because of the network outage, and it had hoped to have these valuations finalized this week and submitted to the board next week, but it'll be another 3 to 4 weeks before we can get that to them. So I guess that's the short of it. I don't have specific numbers because of the deadlines getting moved with our network outage, but the short of it is that we continue to lag on our values compared to sales prices. We continue to push those values up the best we can, and the gap did tighten last year, and the proposals that we're looking at for this year should tighten it up even more so that we get a much more appropriate valuation on the properties in Richmond County.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, sir. Mr. Roundtree, the reason why I wanted this pretty much said was because the conversations that I had stated that valuations may go up as much as 25 to 30%. Is that true?
That is correct.
So you've got people looking at, you may or may not be looking at a couple of $100 added on to your tax assessment for your home. I'm just, if that's 25 to 30%.
So I guess the actual tax we don't know until this body determines the millage rate to apply to that.
I got you. So we don't want people to be shocked.
They will be shocked.
Yeah. When you look at 25, well, when I say not shocked is, somebody's telling them it's coming. You may be shocked when you look at it, when you get it. So,
to your point, that will be an estimate on the notice. It will be last year's millage rate on the proposed valuations for the current year. So if this body does determine a partial or full rollback, that would be lower.
I got you. So it was pretty much just to inform everybody that the valuation of your homes may go up 25 to 30%. I don't know if anybody else has any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 5th. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Roundtree, good to see you again. I am on the Tax Assessors Board. I've been kind of intrigued when I do go there because I'm enlightened that the tax assessor boards are required by law to evaluate every parcel in Augusta, Richmond County and keep it within guidelines set forth. If the board or the body, tax assessor board, does not comply with that, they get fined. But my question is to you, Mr. Roundtree, is you stated 3 times while you was on the podium, it's based on the sales that's generating this 25% increase. If we have let's say a little recession or downfall in our economy, and the market drops, does our tax drop as well?
Yes, essentially. So if we're following the market correctly and prices drop, it would be our obligation to respond accordingly.
Okay, so it's been done in the past where people's property tax was reduced over the years.
In my time in the office, we have not done a wholesale reduction on values. I'm sure it's happened in the past, but not in the time that I've been in the office. No.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scott, again, thanks for what you do. My question is this 25 to 30% value increase that you stated. How many parcels are y'all reviewing this year? Because I thought last year y'all did a pretty good amount of parcels.
So I guess I did not state a percentage. I agreed that around 25% might be an average amount that could be appropriately used. We're still trying to determine that final value. This year, the total that we're looking at doing we're looking at revaluing nearly 100%.
So
Those that would be based
Didn't
on.
y'all, hold on a second, y'all used to do it like every 3 years, like,
So the annual reassessment is not something that is mandated by law. We have a mandate to be at or near a current fair market value. There is a section of the law that requires we physically visit each property at least every 3 years. And the past real estate markets did allow that we only had to do portions of the county at a time,
right,
where it was needed. The last 2 years of the market have been the entire county appreciating exponentially, and we have to address everything that's increasing in value.
so is your software making the call now that that review every property, or did the tax assessor board make that call?
It's always a staff recommendation on what we're going to be revaluing, with the board approving that recommendation.
Yeah, and I just, it's a tough pill to swallow in my district because of the values of the home have gone up on the sales, and I understand that, but we didn't get evaluated for 3 to 5 years. We got evaluated either last year or the year before, and I mean mine went up significantly, and now you're saying 25% significantly again. Even if this body, does a rollback, we'll see if that can even happen based on our expenditures. Sure. That's just a little concerning. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have some concerns as well, Mr. Frandon, because last year we got beat up real bad, and I was actually on the assessor's board. So if we're getting ready to do this, we need to do some kind of public information to let people know that that this evaluation may be coming, and it's going to be 25 to whatever percent. We definitely have to do a better job. Not saying it was the tax assessor's office, but it's, as a city, as a government, we really got to make sure we have the constituents and citizens of Richmond County know what we're getting ready to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to add to what Commissioner Scott said, is that, we talk about protecting our seniors, and we know that homestead exemptions are available, but let's also attempt to be somewhat creative in how we can make sure that the burden isn't placed on seniors, and especially those seniors in economically distressed neighborhoods. So I think that's going to be something interesting too. I know, like in Sand Hills, somebody had to pay like an extra $400, and like she's like in her late 70s, early 80s, and that may be something we could do. But she was devastated. So I don't know what programs we can create or what type of breaks we can give, but when it comes down to like the actual collection, let's try to be a little creative in how we can help the seniors, and again, like folks in economically distressed neighborhoods.
I know the best opportunity for seniors who own their home is the homestead exemption that exempts the school tax. And I know Commissioner Mr. Johnson has been doing a lot of creative things to get the word out. They do actually take the applications in their office. We assist them with the approvals, and I've discussed with him on expanded outreach over the coming weeks so that we can take tax questions in tandem for those areas we know that are going to have some questions.
Yeah, because places like East Augusta, Harrisburg, Sand Hills, Lane and Walker, like those assessments can be the difference between someone actually being able to make their payment or being on the verge of losing their home. So let's just try to be sensitive to that as well. We know we have collections, we have needs, like Commissioner Frandon said, but let's try to be sensitive to those who need it, need the sensitivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you. Another question for Mr. Roundtree. If this board does not approve your recommendations, we will not see a tax increase. Is that correct? As far if we don't approve a rollback?
Come again?
This board has to approve it.
The valuations are approved by the Board of Assessors.
Right. And then it goes to the tax commissioners.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll work with the tax commissioner to create the tax digest and all the valuations that go along with it, and then submit that to administration and finance to begin working with y'all on the millage rates. that would be applied to those values.
Right. As a matter of fact, Donna, Mr. Mayor, you mind if Ms.
Yes, sir.
Williams come up?
Yes, sir.
When, just to clarify, any portion of the increase to the digest that is attributed to reassessment triggers a rollback calculation automatically. Now, whether or not the commission adopts the calculated rollback millage rate is the decision that the commission makes. But that the state requires you to do that calculation for the rollback of the portion of the digest growth due to reassessment. You get to keep what's attributed to growth, but you have to roll back the reassessment amount.
Thank you, Ms.
Two
Williams.
different pieces.
Thank you, Director Williams. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th. That's all.
Yeah, this question is for the tax assessor, and I know you're not solely responsible for this, but we tried to have a conversation a couple of years around the tax cap. Can you explain what is being done to eliminate the tax cap in this county, since we are one of the very few municipalities that has a tax cap in the state of Georgia?
I am fully out of the room on that one.
But it
Needs to be.
That's correct.
Motion to receive as information.
I have a motion and a second, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All right, let's vote. Madam Clerk?
Unanimous. Okay.
All right.
On the appointments.
All right, on the appointment, Madam Clerk, item number 40, if there's no objection, we'd like to delete because there's some names that should not be on this list. So I'd like to just move to item number 41.
Can we?
Okay, can we get unanimous consent to delete that before, do we have it?
Is there any objection to deleting 40?
Okay, without, okay.
Can we do?
All right, Commissioner?
Delete without
Can we do
objection.
companion items of 41, 42, 43, 44 all at the same time?
No, sir.
You got to put up the
These-
names and vote per person. It's just,
Well, our rule states you have to place in nomination
that's right.
for your appointments, yeah. So,
It's the same thing.
yeah.
Thanks.
So, item 41, Ms. Scott is placing in nomination to approve the appointment of Ms. Coletta D. Dantonac to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
All right.
So moved.
Is
Is
it,
Mr. Sean Frenneman, Ms. Scott.
all right, Madam
Are
Clerk?
there any other nominations? Can someone ask?
No, we're doing it one by
Doing
one.
one by one.
Doing one by one. Yeah, we can do it quickly. If there are no other nominations, you can ask that it be closed, and then we'll vote
All right.
and we'll move on.
Are there any other nominations? All right.
Okay, nominations closed. Ms. Franham. I mean, Ms.
Miss Franham. Jennifer, you here?
She's not here.
Yes.
Is this a roll call vote,
You're
Madam Clerk?
voting on her behalf.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett, he's out. Mr. Guilfoyle? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. McKnight? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Pulliam?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Garrett out.
All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Item 42, Mr. Mason is nominating Mr. Corey Johnson to the Economic Development Authority to the seat currently held by Mr. Charles Lambach.
Motion to
Move the
approve.
Close the
Nomination be closed.
nomination.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hold
Close the
tight.
nomination.
Close the nomination.
Okay.
Who is Corey Johnson?
Yeah, who is Corey Johnson?
Okay.
All right, now come on here.
Okay, now I need the motions.
Motion to.
So move.
Okay.
So there's a
Second
motion
it.
and a second.
Ms. McKnight seconded.
Let's vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and that's Mr.
Wait a
Corey
minute.
Johnson. Mr. Franham.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett is out. Mr. Guilfoyle? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Ms. McKnight? Ms. Pulliam?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott? Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries. That nomination carries.
Madam Clerk. let's
Item
continue.
number
43.
43. Mr. Lewis is nominating Mr. Greg Hill to the Augusta Economic Development Authority to the seat currently held by Mr. Reamer Brinson.
Mr. Lewis, are you doing this?
Close the nomination.
Are you doing this, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
All right.
Are there any other nominations? If not,
Close the
Mr.
nomination.
Franum asked that they be
let it be
closed.
closed. All right. So is there a motion and a proper second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, let's vote.
Mr. Franum, are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, out. Mr. Guilfoyle?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Ms. McKnight? Thank you, sir. Mr. Pulliam? Ms. Pulliam?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott? That motion carries. It's unanimous. Item number 44 is a request by Mr. Wayne Guilfoyle nominating Mr. D. Copenhaver to the Augusta Economic Development Authority to the seat currently held by Mr. Henry Ingram.
Move to close.
Okay.
Motion approved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Voting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Guilfoyle? Yes. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Ms. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bobby Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Bobby Williams voting no,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that the business of the
and
day?
Mr. Garrett out. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys, for being here. It's been a long day. This meeting is now closed. Thank you.